turns will not be seen today so that Wish TV can present NCAA basketball. Ball State versus Oregon at Salt Lake City.
It's the 1990 NCAA Basketball Championship. Brought to you by Rawlings Sporting Goods, maker of the official ball of the NCAA Basketball Championships. By Pizza Hut, official corporate sponsor of the NCAA. And by the new generation of Oldsmobile. Step into the future now at your Oldsmobile dealer.
From the John M. Huntsman Center at Salt Lake City, Utah, it's the Ball State Cardinals against the Oregon State Beavers. Hi, everybody. I'm Wayne Larrivee with Bruce Larson. Welcome to the West Regional of the NCAA. These two teams are tournament tested. Oregon State's been here 3 years in a row. Ball State making its second straight appearance. And defense, the number one reason why the Cardinals are back.
Well, not only defense, but team defense, Wayne. They're very tough. They core it up inside the paint. They keep the penetrators away. They contest all shots. They don't let you score a lot of points. But I think the important stat for Ball State is that teams only shoot 40% against them. If Oregon State doesn't shoot over 40%, Ball State can win it.
And Oregon State's been struggling offensively, but the trigger man of the Oregon State offense is the incomparable Gary Payton.
Well, he's great. 6'4" guard, a point guard who scores. He can penetrate and kick it off. He helps his teammates. He steals the ball. He can rebound it. He does it all. If he can hit his average today in this ball game, then Oregon State can move on to the second round, and the fans will have a great treat.
And Bruce, ironically, these two teams are being led by first-year head coaches. Jim Anderson, who succeeded Ralph Miller up at Corvallis, Oregon, and Dick Hunsaker succeeded Rick Majerus at Ball State. We're in the foothills of the Wasatch Mountains outside Salt Lake City, Utah. We'll be back with the lineups after these words. Of the University of Utah, the Ball State Cardinals and the Oregon State Beavers. Oregon State co-champions of the Pac-10. Ball State winners of the MAC Conference in both the regular season and postseason. We're just about set for the introduction of the starting lineups. Last year, Ball State of the NCAA ousted Pitt 68-64 before losing to Illinois. The Beavers fell in overtime to Evansville 94-90 in the first round of the NCAA tournament. There's a look at the contingent from Muncie, Indiana, and both teams have strong contingents of fans here in Salt Lake. And what a beautiful setting this is for the West Regional. Oregon State, the number 5 seed. Ball State, the 12th seed. And we're ready for the starting lineups. Let's go to the public address announcer, Mike Runge.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the starters for this afternoon's contest for Ball State. At forward, a 6'3" sophomore from Muncie, Indiana, number 4, Chandler Thompson. For Oregon State University at forward, a 6'8" junior from Ljubljana, Yugoslavia, number 12, Teo Alabegovic. For Ball State at forward, a 6'7" senior from Detroit, Michigan, number 42, Paris McCurdy. For Oregon State at forward, a 6'5" senior from Los Angeles, California, number 24, Earl Martin. For Ball State at center, a 6'9" senior from Detroit, Michigan, number 44, Curtis Kidd. For Oregon State at center, a 6'10" sophomore from Beaumont, California, number 44, Scott Haskin. For Ball State at guard, a 6'1" senior from Detroit, Michigan, number 20, Scott Nichols. For Oregon State at guard, a 6'4" senior from Oakland, California, number 20, Gary Payton. For Ball State at guard, a 6'3" senior from Muncie, Indiana, number 30, Billy Butts. For Oregon State at guard, a 6'4" junior from Seattle, Washington, number 25, Will Brantley. Now please welcome the coach for Ball State, Mr. Dick Hunsaker. And the coach for Oregon State University, Mr. Jim Anderson.
We'll return with the opening tip-off. First round action of the West Regional. We'll be back with the opening tip after these messages. Oregon State are the home whites. The Beavers, the number 5 seed in this region. Solid white with the orange and black trim. Two teams tournament tested. Ball State played 2 games of the NCAA last year, and Oregon State's been to the tournament the last 2 years. There's Gary Payton and Coach Dick Hunsaker of Ball State.
Well, Oregon State has a little size advantage. They're bigger, but I don't think they're as physical as Ball State. If it gets to be a half-court game, I think Ball State will have the advantage. A little more physical, 6'9", 6'7" on the front line. Oregon State at 6'11" and 6'9".
Ball State controls the opening tip. Scott Nichols is the point guard who sets the offense. Billy Butts, number 30, has been red hot from three-point range. Good interior feed to McCurdy. Couldn't connect. Kidd picks up the deflection and hits on the garbage.
Again, inside, first time down the floor. And Ball State, very inside-oriented team. Oregon State likes to play in the perimeter. 3 great perimeter players, all about the same size.
Payton has it taken away by Nichols.
Well, that doesn't happen to him very often. At 6'4", he's usually the guy that steals the ball. Nichols, a point guard that does not score. Payton, a point guard who scores a lot of points. So, contrasting philosophies of coaches.
Got a whistle away from the ball. Harris McCurdy getting called for the first foul, a pushing foul.
Strong passing game for Ball State. They're going to move the basketball, handle it well, get it inside. Oregon State, on the other hand, is a perimeter-type team, would like an up-tempo game. More an individual defensive-type team.
Gary Payton, number 20. Will Brantley on the wing. Haskin can hit that. Chandler Thompson all alone for the rebound. The visitors from Muncie, Indiana, leading it by 2. Early going, first round action. McCurdy against Alabegovic. McCurdy's missed his first 2 shots from the floor.
And they've been pretty good shots, Wayne.
Payton up and firing. Kidd rebounds. Nichols to Billy Butts. Chandler Thompson the trail.
I think it's probably more important that
Haskin with the steal off the interior feed to Kidd. Here's Payton.
that Ball State plays ahead more so than Oregon State.
Alabegovic likes that shot. Teo Alabegovic, first 2 points of the game for Oregon State.
They like to bring that postman up high. That's a little philosophy of Ralph Miller, the retired coach at Oregon State.
Curtis Kidd drains it from the foul line. He has all 4 Ball State points.
Kidd at 6'9", nice big body, about 235 or 240. Powerful player.
Alabegovic, a good passer. Will Brantley on the move. Martin has struggled from the field in recent games.
Oh, he has. He got shut out against Arizona State, and they really need his scoring here. They're probably in trouble on the perimeter because they get so much scoring from the perimeter.
This is Nichols. Billy Butts back at the point. MVP of the Mid-American Conference Tournament. Chandler Thompson measures a 15-footer.
That might be the key player in the game. Prop 48 player, great high school player, strong. I don't know if Oregon State can match up with him. He's 6'3", but about 220. So again, those 3 frontline players, all over 220 pounds.
Gary Payton. Thompson leaping high for his 2nd rebound of the game. Nichols, as Oregon State presses a bit in the backcourt. They'll pick him up at least 3/4 court for the most part, man-to-man.
And that's been very successful for them early in the year, especially.
Chandler Thompson hard off the glass. Gary Payton up and running. Knocked away by McCurdy from behind and knocked out of bounds. There's Jim Anderson. He's going to make a substitution now. Up off the bench into the ball game.
Yeah, Cavell.
Cavell, yep.
Now that's 4 and 1. They got 4 outside players now and 1 inside. So look, they've done this quite a bit later in the year.
Haskin misses. Chandler Thompson the rebound once again.
So they're not a very big team right now.
This is Nichols. Wayne Larrabee, Bruce Larson, Chandler Thompson off the glass for his 2nd from the field. He has 4 points, and Ball State has scored 8 of the first 10 points in this game. Almost 4 minutes gone by. The West Region first round action. Will Bradley from the three-point strike. Rebound knocked out of bounds by Gary Payton. It will belong to Ball State when we resume. 15:58 left to go. We are first half of play. There's a timeout on the floor with the score. Ball State 8, Oregon State 2. Thereabouts.
Well, 27 years altogether at Oregon State. He's just been there all his life. He played there, an assistant. But again, the shooting percentage of Ball State and Oregon State shooting 13%. That's good defense.
Got a foul coming up on Gary Payton. It is the first foul on Payton and the first on the team.
Well, there we see the two talkers getting into it a little bit, Wayne. Payton's got a reputation in the Pac-10 as a great talker. And McCurdy, a transfer from Arkansas Little Rock, does the same for the Ball State Cardinals.
Scott Nichols. There's Billy Butts. Chandler Thompson fouled on the play by Will Bradley. Bradley's first personal. That's the second on the team. Chandler Thompson has 3 rebounds and 4 points here in this first half already.
Oh, he's been an impressive, Wayne. About 6'3". I guess he was number 3 or 4 in the voting for the Player of the Year in Indiana, or Mr. Basketball. He was a Prop 48 player, did not play last year, so he's new to the program. Practiced with the team. First year.
Local product out of Muncie, Indiana. Attended Central High School. Second in scoring, field goal percent, blocked shots, and steals this season. 6 points for Thompson.
Well, the game's exactly the way Ball State wants it. It's a 5-on-5 game, half court. And Oregon State really having trouble shooting.
This is McKinney for 3.
It's a little easier to press when you score, so Oregon State now gets the press. More of an individual defensive team than Ball State, which relies on team defense.
Curtis Kidd kind of straddled the midcourt stripe there for a moment.
We got to get both feet over, so he was all right.
Scott Nichols sets it up on the half court for Ball State. Billy Butts for 3. Man, I'm telling you, Butts was red hot in the tournament, hitting 15 of 19 three-point field goals in the MAC tournament. McKinney. Haskin the rebound, and there's that jump hook. He's perfected it down the stretch, and it's really added to his repertoire.
Well, he's a young sophomore, getting better, growing, putting on weight. A much more physical player. But Oregon State went back into their zone, matchup zone last time.
Kind of a dangerous split pass there. Butts lets it go for 3 again. Almost had that one down. Both fouled on the play. Bob Cabell picking up his first and the third on the team.
As you indicated, Butts was the most valuable player in the conference tournament this past year and also the year before.
2 years running,
he kind of likes those tournaments.
I said to him yesterday, just think it's the MAC tournament, you know, and you've got it made. We watched him in practice yesterday, Bruce. I don't think he missed the entire hour.
Well, he got 6 threes against Michigan, or Central Michigan, in that final game, as you indicated. 13 or 15 in the tournament. Boy, that's a lot of threes.
Yeah, 15 of 19, yeah.
Went to Michigan as a freshman, then to a junior college, Hutchinson, Kansas, and then back into this program. So he's had some good experience and some good programs. There's quite a few Ball State players that fill that category.
Butts 1 out of 2 at the line. He has 4 points.
Well, he always averages 8 a ball game, but he has been averaging about 14 in that tournament. Had a career high of 22, so he can fill it up.
Haskin down low against Kidd. Cabell with a good move. Nice look to the baseline and the reverse by Brantley.
Well, Brantley and Martin are lookalikes. They're 6'5". They're very, very quick, so they really help on the press when you're pressing somebody 6'2" or 3. But Ball State has not turned the ball over yet, so the press hasn't been effective.
Kidd with the up fake. Got a whistle on the rebound foul. It's on Chandler Thompson, or is it? Wait a minute. Apparently not. Foul is on Gary Payton, pushing off down low against Chandler Thompson. And on Gary, it's his second. It's the 4th on the team.
Oregon State can't afford to lose Gary Payton, and he picks up 3 fouls early in this ball game. That really limits him as far as offense. He really hasn't done anything so far.
Butts for 3. Yes. 7 for Billy Butts. The lead, McKinney. Haskin traveled. Haskin took a little skip step there before his jumper. Jim Anderson's team off slowly here, trailing 17-9.
They tried to push the ball down the floor with their transition, even after made baskets. They're really trying to get it down in a hurry.
Mike Spicer now, and in place of Nichols at the point guard spot for Ball State.
Oregon stays in their matchup. They played a lot of zone. They combine it with their three-quarter press.
You mentioned something to me yesterday about pressing at this time of year. Teams are generally used to handling that kind of defense. Blocked by Haskin, ball lost out of bounds by Payton. It'll belong to Ball State. Great defensive play by Haskin. At this time of year, teams have gone through it all. They've seen all the presses and defenses, and the press, if that's your main source of momentum, isn't usually as effective at this time of year.
And I think Oregon State's a great example of that. Early in the Pac-10, they just dominated people because they created 20 and 25 turnovers a game. They're not doing that now.
Haskin got a piece of that shot by Kidd. Gary Payton comes up with a rebound. Not afraid to mix it up with the trees down low. Payton double-teamed almost everywhere. Nice look to Haskins, knocked away. Picked off by McCurdy. Here comes Spicer.
Well, sometimes Payton makes such tough passes or unbelievable passes that his teammates really aren't ready to handle. And that was probably an example there. Great pass, just right through Haskins' hands.
Harris McCurdy, tough shot. Haskin had it poked away down low by Kidd. And I believe it's going to go to Oregon State. Yep.
Good quick hands by Ball State. I'm impressed with their team defense. We've noticed loose balls on this offensive end of the court. Oregon State comes up with rebounds, but those good quick hands of Kidd give him a chance. Great save. Good thing it was out of bounds, or he'd probably been called for it.
Sean Parrish up off the Cardinal bench reporting on. They'll go 9 or 10 players deep. Well, the Cardinals of Ball State. Don't forget, off that 29-3 team of a year ago, they returned 9 frontline players.
And all of them play. Some of them starters have not played at all recently, so they've been able to go very deep.
From the outside, Alabegovic. Harris McCurdy, the rebound. Ball State's done a very good job on the boards in this first half, defensively.
Well, they have, and they've kept Oregon State outside with perimeter shooting, and they haven't hit. Their defense is geared to make you shoot from the outside. And if you don't hit, you're really in trouble because they rebound very well, even though not exceptionally big. Now they got a big guy in there, 7-footer. Roman Muller.
Spicer. That's Mueller. Cavill, good position of the rebound over McCurdy. Cavill needs some help now. Takes it himself. We've got a whistle on Paris McCurdy, who is trying to tie up Gary Payton. McCurdy's second personal. That's the second on the team.
Well, they've changed the defensive players on Payton. They're changing, hitting with different kinds of players.
Time out on the floor with the score. Ball State 17, Oregon State 9. To score, and we are almost 9 minutes in.
Well, he hasn't had any steals. He's got a couple of rebounds, but he has not had any assists either. So those are strong categories. He ranks nationally in all of those, and so the big factor is they've done a great job on Gary Payton.
Brantley trying to feed Alabegovic. Picked off by Mueller. Here's Spicer. 11.5 to go. First half of play. Emmanuel Cross lost the dribble for a moment. Trying to feed Mueller, and knocked out of bounds by the Beavers. Gary Payton is all over, though, defensively. He's under the boards. He's in the corner. He's contesting on the wing.
Well, you notice his body. He's 6'4", but he's got those long arms that hang down around his knees. Good hands. I saw him on an out-of-bounds play last week, throw the ball off the defender under the basket and score a basket with it. So he's alert to everything.
Ralph Miller said he has the best eyes and ears of any player he ever coached. Never had to tell him something twice. He always had it the first time. McKinney the rebound.
But tempo and defense, really a factor for the Ball State Cardinals.
Cavill trying to hit Alabegovic. Off his hands and out of bounds. Alabegovic bumping with Dick Hunsaker. And Dick Hunsaker getting into it a little bit, apparently, with Teo.
Well, it looked like he was in the way. Teo could have got that ball out of bounds, maybe.
Let's see if we can pick it up.
You might have to give Hunsaker a rebound on it. Look at that, he screens him off. He can't get it.
Oh.
That's an assist. We don't have a stat for that, I don't think. And they're going to give him the ball also. That's a great play.
Did you ever do that in your days on the Arizona sideline? No? kind of like the sixth man there, isn't it?
And he's not a very big guy to be screening off a guy like Alabegovic at 6'9".
Almost halfway through first half.
Strong passing game by Ball State, looking inside.
There's the steal by Haskin. Will Brantley takes it up. McKinney for three. His second tray.
A young player, true freshman, who's just coming on. Had an 18 career high against Arizona State in their last ball game.
Parrish on the drive, a kind of a wild shot. Alabegovic the rebound. Here's Payton.
McKinney's expected to take Payton's spot next year. 6'1", very strong.
Brantley draws contact and hits the shot. No foul.
Oh, he should have had a foul on that. Three-point play. Great athletic play by Will Brantley.
And no foul. Oregon State back in it, trailing by just 3.
I think the tempo's picked up a little bit, Wayne, and they hit a couple perimeter shots. It's really helped them. And they've really done a good job inside defense. They've got a couple steals on Ball State, trying to get the ball inside.
Got a foul coming up here on Haskin as Curtis Kidd made the drive. On Haskin, it is personal foul number 1 and 5 already on the Oregon State Beavers. The Ball State Cardinals have just 2 team fouls. Nichols up off the bench, back in for Ball State. Take a look at this.
Will Brantley trying to pick up the foul. Now here's the block by Haskins, 44, the sophomore from Oregon State. Oregon State really doesn't have a lot of depth on the front line. They can't give as many fouls as Ball State can. They've got pretty good depth on the perimeter, but not inside.
Cardinals have hit a dry spell, broken by Kidd now, who has 5 points in this game. He's about a 66% free throw shooter.
Well, not a great shooter, and he gets on the foul line a lot. But again, here's a guy that's been playing better in the tournament. Averaged 14 points a game, 11 for the season.
Got a lane violation. He'll get 1 more shot at it. Lane violation against the Beavers.
Looks like got Haskins, number 44, in there too soon. You don't see many lane violations called anymore in basketball. As soon as the ball leaves the shooter's hand, you can get in there. Most of the time they get in there quicker.
1 out of 3 at the line for Kidd. The ball deflects out of bounds, and it'll belong to the Cardinals.
Another loose ball, a rebound by Oregon State that they didn't hang on to. There's been 3 or 4 of those.
Scott Nichols triggering at the baseline. Billy Butts clears at the point. 9.5 to go. First half of play, Ball State by 4.
Oregon State been playing almost all zone now since that first 7 or 8 minutes.
Greg Miller, number 31 on the wing, is a guy who can hit the 3-point shot. So can number 30, Billy Butts.
Well, that's a nice kind of size player to have on the wing. 6'8", can shoot that shot. There's the good hands of Payton again.
Yep. Actually, Nichols tried to deflect it off the shins of Payton, but the ball bounced back up and hit Nichols.
6'4", a little quick.
Yep, didn't have the spacing there, huh? Alabegovic. Will Brantley. Alabegovic back taps the rebound. Brantley on the move again. Haskin has it stripped away. Picked off by Parrish.
There's some great steals by Ball State inside after rebounds, both offensively and defensively. You've got to be impressed with that.
You know, we've talked about the Oregon State quickness, and certainly it is a factor in any game they play, but Ball State has pretty good quicks. Miller! Nothing but net for 3.
Again, the outside depth now. Greg Miller at 6'8". That's a pretty good-sized wing player to have. And I think where you see Ball State's quickness is around the basket, right there where those guys are shooting. Oregon State's quickness, Wayne, is evident in the full court, and they haven't had a chance to do that.
Got to make your shots, as you said, to get that press going. And Dick Hunsaker said that, you know, Oregon State not only gets points off their press, but momentum from it as well. Kidd inside, traveled. 8:03 left to go, first half of play. Chandler Thompson, who was the star of the early going for Ball State, up off the bench after a long rest. He's back on for Ball State, replacing Sean Parrish.
We have to like the depth and the maneuverability that Ball State has.
Alan Celestine into the lineup, replacing Charles McKinney for the Beavers. Celestine is a tough guard, wingman.
There's a traditional high post Oregon State offense. They use their postmen to feed. Reverse the ball from the top of the circle.
Brantley. Alabegovic, and the foul is on Kidd, bumping Alabegovic out of play. Curtis Kidd on his first. That is the third on the team.
I think Ball State can afford to give up more fouls inside than Oregon State does.
We've got a break of the action. 7:46 to go. First half of play. The score: Ball State 21, Oregon State 14. Back after these words from your local station. This is an NCAA. Which was Mark Aguirre and Ray Byron DePaul, and of course Larry Bird in Indiana State and Magic Johnson of Michigan State.
A lot of great basketball interest in this area, and they've had NCAA tournaments, I think, in one of the four schools in this area: Weber State, Utah State, BYU, and Utah often.
BYU averages 20,000 fans a game.
They all got great places to play.
Celestine trying to force it inside, and good hustle by Nichols to deny the interior feed to Payton.
Now Payton now is playing inside. They play him all over. He just had a tough time getting the ball and getting anything done.
Alabegovic. Rebound picked away by Billy Butts. Payton yet to score. We have 7:19 to go in the half.
Oh, a great percentage defense, shooting defense by the...
Chandler Thompson was held up on the play by Will Brantley, I believe, or no. They're going to call a foul on Thompson pushing off as he freed himself up to get loose for that drive.
Well, he's got the 220 pounds on that 6'3" frame, and he's down low, and he can push those bigger guys away, and I think get by with it often. Great jumper. Really impressed with this young man.
He's got great spring in those legs. He looks bigger, plays bigger than 6'3".
Yeah, he does. No question. And I think that's what Ball State would like to do, keep those kind of players at Ball State.
Payton misses from the outside. Billy Butts, the guard, on the rebound for Ball State.
Well, that's Payton 0 for 3 on outside shots, and he really isn't even close. And he hasn't been able to penetrate. That's another key thing for Ball State. They've kept Payton from penetrating and creating.
Scott Nichols resets the offense for Ball State. Kidd on the block. Kidd. Foul coming up against Ball State. It's going to be on Greg Miller jumping into the fray to try to pry it loose. His first, and that is 5 on the team.
Well, Kidd's had a tough time scoring inside. Now, Oregon State's a little bit bigger. He might be intimidated or scared off a little bit, or his shots are being altered. But Ball State's been doing a good job of getting the ball inside, getting him good 5- and 6-foot shots. He hasn't been able to put them down.
Charles McKinney replacing Will Brantley in the lineup for the Beavers. This is Payton. Celestine. Rebound controlled by Kidd.
Did a great job of screening out on that board to keep that big guy from getting over his back.
Butts for 3 over Haskin, left it short. Here comes Payton. Got about a 3-on-2 here. Celestine to Payton.
Well, that's what he can do to you. Scored 58 points against USC in a ball game at Oregon State. I think the 3rd or 4th last ball game of the year.
Now, what was the Pac-10 all-time single game record? It was 61 by Lou Alcindor,
right,
I believe,
that's
at UCLA.
it, yeah.
Chandler Thompson.
Same kind of move as Payton. 2 great ball players. Here's a guy that's going to make an impact on the national scene, I think, before he's through.
That's our story. We're first half from the West region. Gary Payton at the point. Alabegovic.
Ball State is really alert when Payton has the ball, and then they're trying to get him to pass it to somebody else and overplay him.
Oh, Payton, nice look to Haskin.
Well, he's kind of come alive in the last minute. A great assist right there, and then a great drive. Those are the 2 things he does well, and he has to do that if Oregon State's going to win.
Well, he's one of those rare players that can elevate the play of his teammates. The drive won't go for Kidd. Beavers on the run. 3-on-2. This is Payton. Taken away by Butts. Payton trying to hit Celestine. Lead for Thompson.
What a turnaround. Boy, 3-on-1. You should have had a basket. Payton makes a poor play. Leaves Ball State open for a long-range, easy layup. 4-point turnaround. Boy, that hurts.
Thompson with 10 points going backdoor. Gary Payton. 4 now for Payton. The pace, though, in these last couple of minutes has been more in favor of Oregon State.
Well, I think you're right, Wayne. The tempo up and down a little bit. That would favor the Beavers.
Chandler Thompson. There's Billy Butts. Greg Miller, Bears watching at the three-point arc. Thompson with the up fake. Thompson gets it back. Haskin rebounds.
Good strong move by Thompson. Again, 6'3". You see the great strength he has. If you're going to be 6'3", you better have that kind of strength if you're going to play inside, and he does.
Alabegovic, Celestine. Chandler Thompson.
Boy, again, no three-pointers for Oregon State. Really tough on the perimeter.
Oh, Nichols got an opening down the lane and was tripped up on the play. They're pointing to Gary Payton, and that would be his third. The officials are conferring now. Take another look.
Well, unintentional. Well, I don't know. It just runs into him.
That's Gary Payton's third personal foul. It is the 6th on the team. We've come to a break of the action. 3:47 to go. First half of play. Ball State 25. Oregon State 20. We'll be back. Packer on the right. Rick Majerus, along with Dick Hunsaker, built this Ball State Cardinal team, and he met with the squad last night after their workout. And I'll tell you something, there's a tremendous amount of good feeling between the players in the Ball State program now and Rick Majerus, and they were just delighted to see him. He had heart surgery earlier this year, did not coach this season here at Utah, and he'll be back. He's back on his feet now and doing very well. A tremendous guy, one of the great personalities in college basketball, and a great coach.
Well, he is, and he's got this Utah program going, even though he didn't actively coach him for much of the year.
Payton remains in the lineup with 3 fouls. He has the ball. Gary Payton. Inside, that's Anderson, and Carl Anderson, who does provide some muscle on the block, picks up his first 2.
The 7-footer, Wayne, and that's really the first inside basket that Oregon State has.
That press bothering Ball State for a moment. This is a veteran Ball State team, though, senior dominated.
And they've had a chance to play a lot of players in this first half, and they're still in the ball game. In fact, they're leading the ball game. That should help them in the second half.
Ball State leading by 3. They've led by as many as 7 of this first half of play. Butts for a three. Anderson up big for the rebound.
Anderson's a young player. He played quite a bit earlier in the year, and then towards the end of the year, they went with a smaller lineup.
Bob Campbell. Well, of the Beaver players that are forwards or centers, he's the more physical.
They've really got 4 out and 1 in right now, Oregon State.
Campbell for 3. Yes.
Well, after a 4 start, Oregon State's back in there now with a smaller lineup.
First tie since 2-2 early in the game. Coming up on 2 minutes left to go, first half. Emmanuel Cross at the point. Ball State in possession.
I still think when you look at the score, you know, the tempo would favor Ball State. They've got the game where they want it as far as the kind of tempo that's being played.
Roman Mueller rims the bucket and Campbell the rebound. Gary Payton, and the Beavers can take the lead here for 3.
Well, that's what he can do to you now. A 3-pointer, a good drive, and a great assist, so he's getting into the game.
Timeout called by Dick Hunsaker. The Beavers are on a roll, and they have come back from a 7-point deficit to take a 3-point lead on Gary Payton's outside jumper. Payton, after a very slow start, did not score till there were, about 5 minutes left to go in the half. He now has 7 points.
I think you're right, Wade. And, you know, we talked about how he could take a game over, and he could do that. I hope for the fans' sake that he can do that. I suppose Ball State people are hoping that he doesn't. But he can have just fabulous kinds of games. And in the last 5 minutes, he's kind of played the way that people around the Pac-10 have expected him to play.
Well, I'll tell you, Oregon State lost last year in the first round of the tournament. Evansville knocked him out 94-90 in overtime, and Gary Payton had 31 points in that game.
He did. I saw that ball game down in Tucson, and Oregon State had a chance to win it, but we're just not able to pull it out against a good Evansville team, I might add. I don't know, great tradition at Oregon State. They've been to the Final Four twice, finished 4th. Jim Anderson has been in that whole traditional program. He played in it. He coached with Slatskill. He coached with Paul Valeni. He coached with Ralph Miller, some great coaches in our national scene, and now he gets his chance his first year, and he's really done a great job for the Beavers, coming in a tough situation.
Ball State is building a tradition in Muncie, Indiana, and of course the Beavers winning his Pac-10 school, both at overall and conference record in the decade of the 80s, and they ranked 12th nationally in wins in the 1980s, 7 NCAA and 2 NIT tournament appearances in the 1980s for Oregon State. Take a look at Gary Payton. Took him a while, as we mentioned, to get warmed up, but this is the shot that gives Oregon State the lead.
Well, right up in your face, and then not badly guarded right there. But again, he's been tough, been on the rim with the first 3 shots, and there it's all net. He can flip it in a hurry.
He had Emmanuel Cross defending him on that play.
Oregon State, I think, another positive thing for them. They're playing with a lot of young players now. They've substituted. Gary Payton with 3. They've given their big men a chance to rest now.
Oregon State has hit 6 of its last 7 field goals, and Ball State has stalled a bit here. And here's a steal by Will Brantley.
That press pays off for them, but Ball State has to be careful. Obviously, they don't get a couple, 3 of those.
Paris McCurdy looking on the inbounds, knocked out of bounds, and Brantley is really fired up. Will Brantley defensively.
A great young player, quick, just like Martin. 6'5", they look like peas in the pod. Hard to tell them apart. Very quick. Shoot it pretty well from the perimeter. Martin not shooting well right now.
Billy Butts guarded by Charles McKinney. Double team, they pry it loose. Here comes Gary Payton, 3-on-1. Blocked out of there nicely by Chandler Thompson. Payton for 3. Brantley the rebound, losing the handle. Anderson has it knocked away. Payton for a tray. Chased down by Paris McCurdy.
Boy, 4 aggressive shots by Oregon State, and they come up with nothing.
Oregon State leading by 5. Final seconds of this first half. No shot clock now. Oh, hang on, a shot clock at 33. Chandler Thompson, the alley-oop from Nichols.
Now you got to remember, that guy's only 6'3". So they run the alley-oop for him from the wing.
He's got nuclear jets on those legs, doesn't he?
Looks like Oregon State now will play for 1 shot at halftime. Payton with 3 fouls. They don't want to get another foul on him. You can see Nichols trying to shadow him, keep him from getting the ball. They'll let anybody else handle it. They don't want Payton to handle it.
Got a foul on Nichols defending on the play. Nichols with his first personal, that only the 6th on the team, so the team fouls even at 6 apiece. Been a pretty cleanly played first half.
Right, not a lot of fouls. Even though Ball State trying to get the ball inside, Oregon State with the perimeter shooting, you know, not really, don't have to foul them much.
Knocked away by Thompson. Against Payton, Thompson. And Gary Payton had to give him room on that drive. 14 for Chandler Thompson. On the inbounds, apparently, Will Brantley stepped on the baseline.
But what he did, knocked into his hands. McCurdy hit it right back to the out-of-bounds guy, so he's out of bounds catching the ball. Great play by Ball State, alert. Make a score here, that's going to be something.
Final second. And at the half, the Oregon State Beavers, who trailed much of the way, rebound to take a 1-point lead over the Cardinals of Ball State. That's the end of the first half. The score, Oregon State 30, Ball State 29.
I'm so common that most of us know.
Well, we thought going in that it would be a tough matchup for Oregon State. Chandler's about 6'3", 220 pounds, and he's going to have to be covered by Martin or Brantley, and it just didn't work out. I think we saw about 4 different games in that first half. It was all Ball State the first 5 or 6 minutes, tempo and scoring inside, and then late in the ball, second half, we got Oregon State in their press, got some steals. We got a chance to see Gary Payton at his best. I don't know what we're going to get the second half.
Gary Payton did not score till the final 6 minutes of the first half of play. He finished up with 7 points in leading his team from behind. We'll return first-round action at Salt Lake City with more of our halftime activities after these messages.
You told the membership at the NCAA convention back in
from Slash Gill through Paul Valenti and, of course, the Ralph Miller era, and now with Jimmy. We're very proud of the basketball tradition at Oregon State University.
Let me also talk to you, Don, at your program. You take a look at the situation at Ball State, second year in a row in the NCAA. You're building a new arena.
Yes, we are, Wayne. It will seat 12,000. We anticipate opening the 91-92 season in our new facility. And basketball, of course, is tremendously popular in Indiana, and we think that we can take another step forward with our new arena.
And the first-year head coach did a heck of a job, didn't he?
He did indeed. He anticipated a team that had been very successful, great expectations, and Dick Hunsinger has done a very solid job in bringing this team along.
You know, we talked about arenas, but one of the great places to play college basketball is up there in Corvallis. That's been a great home court advantage for you.
Oh, there's no question. Gill Coliseum is one of the great ones with the tradition there and everything else, and we've had a pretty good record there over the years.
Yes, sir, you certainly have. Undefeated this year. Lynn, thank you so much.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right, and Don, best of luck to you.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right, stay tuned. We will return to the West Regional for the second half of today's game right after this. In Salt Lake City, the John M. Huntsman Center on the campus of the University of Utah. That's our halftime score. Saw some great action as Chandler Thompson had a big game, but you also look at the Beavers on the run. Chandler Thompson up high. Wow.
Boy, the defensive end, he gets one like that, and then back on the offensive end, they throw a lob to him, and he gets a stuff. And here's a guy everybody wants to watch. Gary Payton down the middle with a layup. Great move. He can do those kinds of things.
That was his first basket of the ball game, and it came with a little over 6 minutes left to go.
Well, he only had 7 points. And that's not a lot for Gary Payton. A little better balanced scoring, but there you see the figures. They're almost identical right on through. The impressive thing, or the thing that really boggles your mind a little bit, look at the turnovers. Well, they got 9 down there for each team. They're about even. A little ahead of target. Rebounds are even. They're shooting about 37%, both teams. We thought that Ball State, if they could hold Oregon State to 40, they could win it. But there's Thompson. No inside scoring from Kidd or McCurdy for Ball State. A little different. Here's the perimeter scoring for Oregon State. We thought going to the game, that's where they'd get it. 7, 6, and 6 for McKinney, Brantley, and Payton.
All right. We're about set for the start of the second half. Again, if you're just joining us, the Beavers in the home whites, they are the number 5 seed. Ball State in the traveling red uniforms, they are the number 12 seed in this first round game. Oregon State basketball to start the second half.
Oregon State starts their quick team. McKinney and Cavell with Haskins. Both teams got good production out of their reserves, so I think that kind of evens it out. I thought that Ball State had a better bench than Oregon State, but Oregon State really got some good play from Anderson.
Cavill tied up, and the alternating possession, the arrow points in the direction of Ball State. Cavill trying to get it over to Payton.
It was Cavill, Anderson, and McKinney gave Oregon State a good boost in that first half, and they're back in there now as they start the second half.
1-point ball game. Scott Nichols sets it up on the half court for Ball State. Through much of the first half, the Cardinals control the tempo. Butts feeding McCurdy. Chandler Thompson.
Zone for Oregon State. Their matchup, sometimes they show a 2-3, sometimes a 1-2-2.
Harris McCurdy over Haskin. Kidd has it blocked from behind. That was McKinney who got a piece of it. Gary Payton. Payton on the drive. Bradley from the corner. Chandler Thompson the rebound.
Well, Payton on their zone plays on the back line. That keeps him away from that front line, and maybe we're keeping him out of foul trouble a little bit rather than chasing people.
Payton playing with 3 personal fouls in the first half.
And he's a good rebounder, so he can play in that back line at 6'4". You know, he's a good, tough rebounder. About 5 rebounds a game.
Harris McCurdy.
McCurdy was shut out the first half. Got nothing. He's one of their leading scorers, so Oregon State pretty tough inside.
Kidd with a good up fake over Haskin. Cavill another rebound. Boy, he's played well off the bench.
He's 6'5", and they're playing him underneath. He's really a wing player. He's got a good solid body. He looks bigger than 6'5".
Yes, he does. He's got a bit of a wide body. Here's Cavill wide open for 3. Haskin on the push of Curtis Kidd down low. Haskin's second personal foul and the first on the Beavers in this second half of play.
He wasn't very subtle about that. We could have called that one from here. So
watch this. There we go. Ooh. Paris McCurdy over Payton. First 2 points of the game for McCurdy come early in the second half.
Against the press, they get an easy one. So it looks like they talked about the press at halftime.
This is Gary Payton, guarded by Nichols. Will Brantley on the wing. Haskin left unattended. Rebound back tap taken by Charles McKinney, the freshman. Oregon State working more on the half court today than they'd like. Haskin again leaves it short. Chandler Thompson there for the rebound. He had 6 in the first half.
I'm not sure Ball State would like to have Haskins take that shot, even if he makes some. You know, it gets him away from the board with that 6'10" body.
Down low, away from the ball, we've got some pushing and shoving, and it's on Gary Payton. Payton struggling for position with Paris McCurdy, and on Gary, that is his fourth.
Well, they've been talking to each other pretty heavy during the ball game.
Gary reached around a little bit, pulled Paris McCurdy away, and now you have to sit down Gary Payton. You can't take any chances at all. Inbounds thrown out of play. I believe it was intended for Billy Butts, who thought someone was behind him to receive that pass. There's Gary Payton, player of the year in the Pac-10.
Well, Oregon State brings in Alabegovic, the one big guy now, and keep Brantley in there. Martin, who's been having a tough late season for the Beavers, is not playing. They're going to 3 younger players. Celestine has played a lot during the year.
McKinney shaking loose of Butts. For 3.
That's his third three-pointer for the Beavers. He can do that to you.
All 9 of his points have come from the three-point range. Pressure in the backcourt. Ball State much more organized, it appears, in breaking the press. Nichols at the point. Thompson, McCurdy on the fade over Alabegovic. Kidd, the rebound. Tough bucket. 7 for Curtis Kidd.
Well, right now, Ball State has a height advantage as Haskins at 6'10" is out of the lineup. Kidd takes advantage at very strong at 6'9".
Alabegovic. McCurdy the rebound. Ball State doing what they did early, and that is controlling the boards.
Almost the same kind of a game.
You know, it really becomes a different game when you take Gary Payton out of this Oregon State lineup.
Well, you're right. When you look at the stats and the things he's contributed to this program.
52% of their offense accounted for by Gary Payton, either in scoring or in assists to set up scores. That foul is a blocking foul on Bob Cavell, his second and the third on the team.
So he scores 26 points a game for Payton, and he gives up about 8 assists, so that's another 16 points. So as you indicated, Wayne, he really creates a lot of scoring opportunities. And you put 3.5 steals a game in there.
Alabegovic leaves Anderson into the Beaver lineup. Ball State on the attack.
That's really a small lineup.
Backdoor, Chandler Thompson!
Well, that's a set out of bounds play, and boy, there's a guy that can really jump at 6'3" and 220. That's the second time.
15:56 left to go. Ball State back on top by 2.
The 6'7", everybody else is 6'5" or smaller.
You saw Gary Payton on the bench with 4 personal fouls.
And Martin's on the bench. That's his 2 leading scorers, 12 and 26 points a game.
Earl Martin has not played a lot here today. Anderson up high. Good ball movement by the Beavers. Celestine for 3. Anderson retrieves. Will Brantley had a notion. Cavell. Back tap to Butts.
Oregon State goes in streaks. They go 3 or 4 minutes without shooting the ball at all.
Chandler Thompson has 18 points.
Well, his career is 24. He's got a good chance of doing that.
Cavell, good give and go on the drive. It won't go for McKinney. Paris McCurdy off balance, but rebounds nonetheless.
And they're really hurting Oregon State on the boards now with that smaller lineup in there.
Foul is on McKinney. Charles McKinney's first. That is the fourth on the team in the second half. And the Cardinals yet to commit a foul here in the second half. And better than 4 minutes gone by.
Well, they didn't get into 6. They didn't reach their max in the first half. So again, that's a sign of a good defensive team. Good footwork, playing good position.
Both teams had 6 fouls in that first half of play. Butts for 3. Going to belong to Ball State.
Well, let's see if they set up the alley-oop again. Oregon State should have learned something from the last time.
Campbell working hard on the board for the Beavers.
Oregon State's going to bring in Haskins at 6'10", hopefully to help in any kind of a set play now that might end in a lob.
Haskin will defend on the inbounds play. And of course, Haskin is 6'10". Got a foul coming up right away here. They try to inbound to Chandler Thompson.
You commented, Wayne, there haven't been a lot of fouls, but the trouble with Oregon State is the majority of those fouls have been on Peyton. 4 of those 8 that they have. 11, I believe it is.
Foul is on Campbell. It is his 3rd. Already the 5th on the team. Billy Butts. There's Scott Nichols, the floor general.
Well, I'm not sure that Oregon State can beat Ball State with this lineup. 2 leading scorers out of the ball game.
Harris McCurdy. Rebound taken away from Kidd by Anderson. Will Brantley in transition. McKinney for 3. Celestine. Made a double punt there, didn't he?
Well, Celestine's real strong. He's about 6'1". He's got a great body, and he's really tough.
McKinney, Haskin, knocked away by McCurdy to Butts.
Those are those good hands again on that sinking Ball State defense. And anytime that ball goes low, they really keep their hands busy, and have created a lot of turnovers.
Chandler Thompson getting baseline on Brantley, and Brantley held him. On Will Brantley, it is his 2nd personal and the 6th already on the team.
I think as big a body as this guy has. This is Brantley. He's very, very quick. Here he gets him on the baseline. He's going to kick it off if the foul is not called. I've really been impressed with Chandler Thompson. One of the 2 new players on the Ball State team. You indicated they had 9 starters back, really.
Looked like Chandler stepped down the baseline of that play.
Yeah, you might be right, Wayne. Maybe the foul came first.
Got away with it. Oh, yeah, maybe it did. Butts out at the point. Nichols, the interior feed. McCurdy down low and bleeds it home. Harris with 4.
McCurdy's been kind of quiet. Did not score in the first half. Got a couple for the Ball State Cardinals here in the second half.
The Ball State lead has grown to 6 points. Again, Gary Payton, the All-America, Sports Illustrated Player of the Year on the Beaver bench. He has 4 personal fouls. Celestine, Anderson posting up down low. Chandler Thompson the rebound.
Well, Anderson just threw that up with the left hand, maybe hopeful that he can follow and get the offensive board.
7 minutes gone by, second half. Ball State upset Pitt out of the Big East Conference last year in Indianapolis. Away from the ball, rough play in the post area, and a foul coming up on Ball State. It is on Harris McCurdy, and that is his 3rd and the 1st on the team in the second half. We get a look at it.
Oregon State just had a tough job. McCurdy very strong again, another 220-pounder. But Oregon State scored 3 points here in the first, 8 minutes of this, almost identical to the first half.
Beavers got off very slowly in that first half. Fell behind by as many as 7 points. Martin from the outside. Earl Martin has really been struggling from the field, and they need his shot today.
Oh, they need it bad. And he can run the court. He can do a lot of things for them, but he's just confidence-wise in shooting. He's just lost it here in the last 5 or 6 ball games.
Mike Spicer at the point for Ball State. Thompson. Beavers on the rebound. McKinney loses for a moment. Some pressure in the backcourt by Ball State. The Beavers have to hustle it across. Celestine jumped at by Butts defensively. Martin, good move along the baseline. Offensive is the call. Paris McCurdy drew the foul with position. And on Earl Martin, his first, and that puts Oregon State over the limit with 11:54 to go in the game. Jim Anderson, head coach at Oregon State, very concerned. His Beavers have slipped behind the Ball State Cardinals. First half of play. Billy Bucks works it across for Ball State. The trap on the sidelines. Chandler Thompson's been the star of the game thus far. Number 4.
Oh, he has. The Oregon State's had to match up with some skinny guys against him. 6'5", a little taller, but don't have the weight and body that he does.
Bucks on the drive, had it blocked by Anderson. McKinney. Lead for Alabegovic. Earl Martin on the perimeter. Martin trying to free up around a screen by Alabegovic. Alan Celestine at the point. McKinney on the feed inside Alabegovic. Nice move with the left hand.
He's from Yugoslavia, 6'9". He's just kind of feeling his way in the Pac-10, getting to be a better player every year. I think before he's through, he'll be a good force for the Beavers.
Greg Miller trying to spin away is pushed by Anderson. First personal on Anderson, and as we told you a moment ago, the Beavers are over the foul limit.
Well, as a team, if we look at Ball State as far as free throws, 71%, that's good. You'd like to be over 70%. So if you're that kind of a basketball team and in a one-on-one situation and you shoot over 70%, great sign for you going into that final 10 minutes.
Brantley in for McKinney for Oregon State, and Paris McCurdy has a seat on the bench for Ball State. He's replaced by his high school teammate, Curtis Kidd. They played together at Cooley High School in Detroit for 2 years. Went on to Arkansas Little Rock, transferred out of there to Ball State together, and they're playing in what may be their final weekend of basketball together after, what, 6 years of competition and an off year or thereabouts?
They were all conference players at Little Rock. Kids won, McCurdy 10.
1 out of 2 for Miller at the line.
Now this year they're all conference, but it's just reversed. McCurdy's 1 and the Kids 2.
Bradley from the outside, Anderson rebounds. Celestine out at the point.
Ball State stayed man-to-man, whole ball game, down inside the paint almost.
From the outside, Anderson. Celestine battling down low, and Kidd finally clears to Bucks. Billy Bucks had to have good hands on that play. He got a bullet at point-blank range.
The Ball State guards are big-legged and strong and built like halfbacks.
Miller for 3. Miller on the follow. Chandler Thompson has it poked away. Here comes Will Brantley on the break. Alabegovic has to chase down. Earl Martin for 3. And we are tied with 9:35 to go.
Well, that should give the Beavers a boost. He's given them some perimeter shooting, as we indicated earlier, have not been scoring well, and they're not playing with Peyton. So he and Brantley really probably got to pick up the scoring load for Oregon State. They stay in their zone.
Kidd.
As long as they can stay this close with Peyton out, then they feel they have a chance, getting down to the wire, that he'll be a factor.
Chandler Thompson, an air ball. Knocked out of bounds by Miller. It will belong to the Beavers of Oregon State, but hang on.
I think we got a foul.
They have a foul. Wayne. Yep, the off official made a call. They confer.
Ball State, number 44.
Foul being called on Curtis Kidd. It is his second personal. Only the second on the team, and we have 9:10 left to go in the second half.
So they're in great shape. Here we see Chandler again, a little hurried on the shot. I don't know how much range he has. We haven't seen him play that much, but that 5, 6, 7, and 8 footer, he's looked good today on that one. No iron, a little long, really wide open.
Scott Haskin back into the ball game, replacing Anderson for Oregon State. Beavers on the attack. We're tied at 40. Celestine. Oh, look, Haskin, yes, and a foul! That foul's on Curtis Kidd, his third, and the third on the team.
Well, Celestine has started for the Beavers, so he gives us some good depth. There he is. I'm 6'1", 195. Nice lob pass to Haskin at 6'10".
Oregon State, first free throw.
Haskin's a pretty good free throw shooter for a big guy. There's a 6'10" guy choking the lead pass down the side. Makes a great steal, but goes out of bounds.
Got a break in the action. 8:50 left to go. Oregon State leading Ball State now by 3.
Jim Anderson some more maneuvering time as far as what's he going to do and when's he going to put him in. Oregon State stays in their matchup.
Well, they're learning about life without Peyton, right?
If they can win without it, that'd be great.
Chandler Thompson off a good interior feed. Thompson with 20 points.
Against the zone, running a cutter. You don't see that very often. Boy, this guy has really been impressive. Right, after an out of bounds, good set play to take advantage of that zone.
Will Brantley around Thompson for a moment. Brantley from deep. And was pushed. Didn't get the bounce.
Looked like you should have taken that and stuffed it. Maybe you got pushed out. But if you get pushed and you go for the stuff, you got a better chance of making it.
That's number 4 on Curtis Kidd.
Well, that's a young player right there. 6'10", going to be a very, very good player. The push was able to jar him away. If he'd have gone up a little more aggressively with the stuff, which I think he'll learn in the next couple of years, he'll be a more effective player for Oregon State.
Roman Mueller getting up off the Ball State bench. He'll report on for Curtis Kidd, who's in foul danger now with 4.
77% shooter for a big guy. And he's going to get fouled a lot. That can really help your point production. These two teams played Memphis State. That's the only common opponent. Wayne, Ball State got beaten in overtime in a neutral court. Oregon State got beat at Memphis State by about 6. So they're very, very even, as those scores would indicate.
8 points for Scott Haskin as he converts on a pair. Pressure in the backcourt. McCurdy had trouble getting it in. Scott Nichols.
Big Haskins almost intercepted that.
Emmanuel Cross, you're right. The big people contest on the wings on that press, don't they?
And they play him on the wings rather than back underneath. In fact, early in the year, they pressed with Alabegovic at 6'9". He played the point. They've taken him off of that now.
Beavers have turned up that defense a notch. 10 to go on the shot clock now for Ball State. Cross penetrates. Rebound deflected loose and picked up by Martin.
Well, Cross got a great shot. Couldn't ask for much better. Just didn't go down for him.
7:20 left to go.
I think Oregon State will use the clock also now because, well, I guess not.
On the outside, it won't go for Alabegovic, and Mueller the rebound.
I don't think Jim Anderson was pleased with that shot. With the lead and Gary Payton on the bench, they need to use about 40 seconds each time to give Gary Payton a little more chance to get back in the ballgame.
Chandler Thompson deflected it off Haskin, out of bounds. It'll belong to Ball State. Heads up play by Thompson, who had run out of real estate on the baseline. Ooh, he got bumped pretty well too, didn't he?
He could have got that in the nose.
Put your hands up.
Butts off the inbounds.
Gary Payton's back in the ballgame.
There he is. To Martin. Butts loses the rebound. Loose on the floor. Harris McCurdy. Gonna be tied up by Payton. Nope. It's flying loose. And a foul coming up on Scott Nichols.
Well, that was dangerous for Gary Payton to be going after that loose ball. You know, a chance to get a foul. He came out of it all right. I think you got to see the good hands of Gary Payton. He picked it up, made the pass, kept the ball alive for the Oregon State Beavers.
5 team fouls now on Ball State. That's the second on Scott Nichols. Gary Payton being chased by Nichols. Got a foul coming up on Nichols. That's his third. 6 on the team.
Well, Gary Payton can stay alive now in this ball game with 6 minutes to go. This is his kind of game. Where Oregon State's ahead, he's going to have the basketball. He's going to determine who's going to get it. He's going to decide if he's going to drive and kick it off or shoot it. he could really take over, and that's possibly what we could see here in the remainder of the ball game.
The All-America. Not a great free throw shooter at 68%.
No, he's not. He gets a lot of free throws. He's a good field goal percent shooter, 51. Three-point shooter at 38. But a good pressure shooter at free throws. I'd like to see his stats when the ball game's on the line shooting free throws.
Pressure bothering McCurdy.
He wants to show he can dribble.
But Ball State really looks a little bit disorganized at this point against that pressure.
Well, they had the 6'7" guy bringing the ball down. Earlier they had Kidd at 6'9" bringing it down.
Harris McCurdy has had a quiet afternoon. Loses the basketball to Martin. Beavers are leading by 5.
Martin to Payton. I think you'll see that often, Wayne, from now on.
6 minutes straight up to go. Gary Payton was pushed on the play.
See, he's going to create
Scott
situations, Wayne, where he's going to get fouled or he's going to kick it off for easy baskets.
That is 4 on Scott Nichols, and it puts Ball State over the foul limit. Gary Payton has come on and picked up 3 fouls right away in terms of fouls being committed by Ball State.
Well, that's what he's going to do in this kind of a ball game. See, Ball State's got to get the ball, so they got to pressure a little bit. They can't help quite as much on Gary Payton. He comes up alone a lot.
I'll tell you something, the Beavers in the last 7 minutes have really turned the tables in this one. Curtis Kidd comes back into the ball game. He has 4 personal fouls, but it's go for broke time.
Well, I'd be surprised if you don't see the ball in Gary Payton's hands. If they had it for the next 5 minutes, he'd have it for 4 minutes and 49 seconds probably.
Gary Payton is perfect from the line, has 11 points in the ball game now.
He's got a chance for a steal record nationally and a chance for assist record, but he's got to have a couple more ball games to do that. So if he's going to break some national records, he's got to play at least 2 more games. That means they got to win this one.
Chandler Thompson double teamed and fouled by McKinney. Charles McKinney picking up his 2nd personal, and this will precipitate free throws with 5:55 left to go in the ball game.
Well, Thompson's a good free throw, sir. I'm sure Oregon State really did not want to foul in that situation. They want the pressure, but they want him just to bring the ball up against pressure to utilize the clock and make him stand around a little bit.
We saw Jim Anderson with a hand motion. Ease up, guys. A little bit here. Ease up.
But the press has got it back in the ball game, so it's hard to pull back on it if it's effective for him.
Chandler Thompson, 20 points. On the verge of doubling his per-game output.
Well, he is, and during the tournament he came on a little bit, scored well, a little above his average at 13. I'm sure he's going to be a big scorer for Ball State in the next couple of years.
Honorable mention, all Mid-American Conference selection, 22 points now for Chandler Thompson, and Ball State back to within 5. So the Beavers and the Cardinals have enjoyed 7-point leads at different stages of this ball game.
Got McCurdy, 6'7" on Payton, 6'4". McCurdy's got a reputation as a great defensive player and much stronger. He can play a little further off Payton, maybe contain him.
We thought we'd see that matchup. Oh, Haskin a good pick. Payton couldn't connect, but we've got a foul coming up on the rebound battle. It's on Haskin. Boy, Haskin just set a tremendous pick to get McCurdy off of Payton, and Gary had an open jump.
Well, he did, but he wasn't really sure he had it. Didn't look confident shooting it.
That is the 3rd personal foul on Scott Haskin.
Well, Jim Hanson's not too pleased. You see Scott here in the lower right try to go for the ball over the back. I'm not sure that was much of a foul. He just reached over to the side and got the ball over the top of McCurdy. No, he wasn't very happy.
Anderson not happy at all. Here's Paris McCurdy, 2-time All-MAC conference selection.
Well, he's used to all-conference selections. Any conference he plays in, he's an all-conference selection.
5 points here today, averages almost 12 points a game. Rick Hunsaker and his coaching staff at Ball State, tremendous job they've done this year.
Both teams very good on the free throws here late in the ball game. Pressure time. They both made them. 4 in a row for Ball State.
Ball State back to within 3. Haskin. Chased down by Curtis Kidd. Mike Spicer at the point. Interior feed denied for a moment by Haskin. Good hands. Billy Butts for three. Rebound taken by Charles McKinney. Here's the lead for Haskin. Tough shot. Cardinals clear the board to the person of Curtis Kidd.
Great pass by Payton, but just a little too far under the board.
Got a foul coming up on the drive. Spicer will go to the line for a 1-and-1. Foul is on Earl Martin, his second, and we'll be shooting free throws when we return to the West Region. That's our score.
You'll see a very slow game. A lot of free throws and looking for a lot of good shots.
Both teams shooting under 40% in the game.
Well, that's right. What Ball State's been giving up, 40% a year. Oregon State's been giving up 49, but they play a different kind of defense. Up-tempo and open court.
1 out of 2 at the line for Spicer. Here's Gary Payton. Jerry West said of Gary Payton, he's a good player and a great player during the game. He's an outstanding player toward the end of the game.
Now, Haskell shot that shot earlier, Wayne, but he's not going to shoot it anymore, I don't think. They're going to make sure Payton's going to shoot it, or they're going to get on the foul line.
That's Chandler Thompson's foul, down low, blocking out his second.
Well, that's exactly what you teach now. He's got that 6'3" frame with about 220 pounds, so he really has to get El Begovic out of there, who's 6'9", and he does a great job, except he gets caught. Look at him, ripped him right out.
He put him right out of the frame, didn't he?
Almost? He did. 71% shooter, so guy you'd like to have on the line. Nice big hands, left-hander.
Oregon State from the free throw line. 7 out of 8, all of which have come in the second half.
And that's a little better than they usually do.
Harris McCurdy and Curtis Kidd were both up on the rim for that one. 3-point ball game in favor of Oregon State, under 4 minutes to go.
Oregon State goes to their 3-2 zone, still their matchup. They got Payton on the point. They hit him back underneath earlier and he got in foul trouble, so let's see if this can save him. They can sink back and give a little bit, whereas Ball State really has to come out and pressure.
Harris McCurdy gives up the basketball, trying to feed Kidd inside.
Ball State's a good defensive team, Wayne, but they're going to have to come out and extend now, and a guy like Payton, that's tough to do.
Charles McKinney, Gary Payton now. Haskin back to the basket, has it knocked away by Curtis Kidd, and he picks his pocket.
That's an even up turnover, both teams.
Harris McCurdy gets baseline. And on the rebound fray, the foul coming up. Apparently on McCurdy, and that's his 5th. Dick Hunsaker, I think the body English says it all.
Now, Ball State ran that play again against that 3-2 zone. They pull the baseline defense to the corner and then run Chandler down the middle. They scored a layup earlier, and Payton took care of it this time.
I'm mistaken on the foul. It is his 4th, the 4th personal foul on Harris McCurdy.
That's a little thing that you don't recognize, and Payton picks that up right away. Here he's playing the point, and he drops down inside and takes care of that cutter.
McKinney at the line, missing on the free throw. Ball State still trailing by just 3. Spicer at the point. Billy Butts is 2 of 8 from the field. Chandler Thompson had to adjust the shot and got fouled. The foul is coming up on the big guy. Haskin is his 4th personal foul.
We talk about athletic ability and management skills of a player, and of course Chandler Thompson has those kind of skills. As he penetrates, gets up in the air, and he's still able to slide that 220-pound body to the side and get his shot away. Kind of a tough shot, but at least you got on the foul line. And he's been good there today.
Haskin leaves. Carl Anderson back on for the Beavers of Oregon State. Chandler Thompson, 22 points.
free throws becoming a little more important right now, Wayne. Pressure. Now, we usually keep separate stats as coaches. How do you shoot in the last 2 minutes free throws, and how do you shoot in the first 37? There's a difference.
Missed a pair. Kidd, the rebound, knocks it off the back of Alabegovic, and Chandler Thompson comes up with it. Payton knocks it away.
Payton almost getting his next foul.
Earl Martin deflects that pass out of bounds. Man, I'm telling you, the quickness defensively of Oregon State. Impressive here in the final 3 minutes.
Watch Brantley McKinney and Payton, 6'4", 6'5", McKinney at about 6'1", all with pretty good quickness on that perimeter.
Billy Butts out at the point.
I think he's really the only real three-point shooter that you really need to contest.
Curtis Kidd on the drive. Let's see if they score the field goal. They're pointing at Gary Payton.
Looked like he traveled.
Gary Payton. And that is his 5th personal foul. The Pac-10 Player of the Year, and a guy who accounts for better than 50% of the Beaver offense, leads the ball game with 5 personal fouls. He leads with 11 points.
Yeah, not a big scoring game for Gary Payton.
2:18 left to go.
That looks like travel to me in there before the foul even occurs.
I think Gary feels that way as well. Here's Curtis Kidd at the
Not a great
line.
free throw shooter, Wayne, 66%.
8 points now for Curtis Kidd. He's made 2 out of 4 at the line this afternoon.
That's just about his average, about 10 points a ball game.
Wayne Larrabee and Bruce Larson. We're at the West Regional. First game. Salt Lake City, and Ball State is back to within 1 now. It's been a seesaw game thus far. 7-point lead for Ball State in the first half. The Beavers led at halftime, 30-29. Beavers had a 7-point lead in the second half of play. Ball State has battled back. Oregon State in the white uniforms on the attack. Carl Anderson down low. Earl Martin in the corner. Under 2 minutes to go. Gary Payton on the bench with 5 personal fouls for Oregon State. Martin is fouled by Thompson. 3rd personal on Chandler Thompson. And Earl Martin will head to the free throw line with 5 points. And he gets a pair.
Well, that's not a bad guy to put on the line. Martin's only shooting 62%. Now, Kidd, counterpart on the last foul, made both his a 66% shooter. Martin, who's been struggling during the year now, the last 7 games, 60% shooter, with a chance to put his team ahead.
He'll have another. Martin shooting at 38% from three-point range, 11 for 48 from the field over the last 5 games. As you mentioned, Bruce, he's really been struggling with his shot. 1 out of 2. 6 points now for Martin. The lead again is 2 points for Oregon State. Chandler Thompson. Ball State spreads the floor a bit here. Minute 35 to go in the game.
They'd like to get a decent shot. They need to handle it long enough to get somebody to get the ball in the hands of somebody they'd like to. Either get on the line.
Mike Spicer. There's Chandler Thompson. Thompson has 22 points to lead the way.
Thompson seems to have the ability to penetrate, get into the gap in the zone.
Thompson from deep. Harris McCurdy, the big rebound. McCurdy back up. Thompson has it knocked out of bounds by Alan Celestine. It's going to belong to Ball State at the baseline.
Pretty good save by Celestine. Now let's see if they set up for that alley-oop play. This is a small team. Oregon State in there.
And a timeout with 1:07 left to be played. Oregon State trying to hang on against Ball State.
Wait a second.
Plays. See if they set up the lob again. There it is.
Partially deflected, I believe, by Earl Martin that time.
Great save.
Ferris McCurdy trying to make the trigger on that play. Kidd gives it up. It's up for grabs on the floor. Picked up by Spicer. Plenty of time left on the shot clock now. Under a minute to go on the game clock. Chandler Thompson. And he is fouled by Celestine. Alan Celestine's first personal foul will precipitate a 1-and-1 opportunity for Chandler Thompson.
Well, he's been good on the line so far, Wayne, and I think he's really the only perimeter player that Ball State has that can penetrate.
Jim Anderson wants a timeout. You get a look at Dick Hunsaker as his team heads over. There's Jim Anderson. Chandler Thompson will be at the line when we resume. He is 4 out of 6 from the free throw line, missed his last 2. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the NCAA Basketball Committee representative, Dave Maggard, tournament manager, Ned Alger, and tournament media coordinator, Bruce Woodbury. From Ball State, I'd like to thank athletic director Don Purvis, head coach Dick Hunsaker and his staff, and sports information director Earl Yestenmeyer. And from Oregon State, athletic director Lynn Snyder, head basketball coach Jim Anderson, and his staff, and sports information director Al Cowan. We appreciate their efforts in helping us out here this weekend in Salt Lake City. 41 seconds left to go. Ball State trailing Oregon State by 2. Chandler Thompson heading to the free throw line. He has been the man of the hour for Ball State. He is the only Cardinal in double figures. He has 22 points. He missed his last 2 free throws, but made his previous 4. And he'll be at the line.
Well, he's carried the load, and that means on the shot clock that Oregon State, even if he makes them both, if they can handle the basketball, they should get the last shot at winning the ball game. They don't want to score too early. So again, the pressure is really on Thompson, whether he makes 1 or 2. Ball State's hopefully can make 2, but the 1 possession time of 41 seconds gives Oregon State a chance, if they can handle the basketball, to win the basketball game with the last shot.
The winner here takes on the winner of Idaho-Louisville on Saturday afternoon here in Salt Lake City. So the next round doesn't get any easier.
No, it doesn't. You know, after this round, we're down to 32, and I'm probably any of those 32 teams would have a shot at winning the national championship. I'm not sure it's a 64-team tournament, but I'm sure it's 32 or 48.
Muncie, Indiana native Chandler Thompson, a sophomore out of Central High School in Muncie at the free throw line.
He's one of the few returnees this club's going to have back. They've got to recruit and surround this guy with some pretty good players, at least inside. We've got some perimeter players.
Thompson, nothing but net on the first. But this kid's going to be a great player, this Chandler Thompson.
Well, he already is. 77% free throw shooter. That's very, very good.
He has tied the game. Some pressure in the backcourt. Alan Celestine gets it across, takes a timeout. Beavers will set up their offense with 36 seconds to go. No shot clock, plenty of time. The game tied at 51 apiece.
Well, you've been saving shots or set plays, you know, for this time of situation in an NCAA tournament or a tournament championship. So they probably got something that hopefully Ball State has not seen on the tape. Ball State, again, with their good pressure, they're trying to get a turnover, get that basketball before that time is used up, or at least put a lot of pressure on the shooter and put it in overtime.
And as far as Ball State is concerned, you've just got to defend at this stage. Their defense has carried them throughout the season. They struggled some in November and December as they had injured players working their way back from knee injuries. And defense, though, has been the prologue for the entire season for Ball State. It'll have to be in evidence in these final 36 seconds.
Well, it could be, when you talk about that great record they had last year, 29 wins, I think they had 4 games where they survived the last shot. Well, today they're in that situation again. As you look at Oregon State, who's going to take that shot? Well, you got Haskin, the big guy. You got Martin, shooting a little better now in the second half of the ball game. Brantley, Celestine. I don't know if there's much choice in there. They're probably going to say, whoever gets that shot, let's take it. You know, with 5, 6, or 7 seconds left, leave themselves enough time so if they miss the shot, they got a chance for the rebound. We'll see if that happens.
The other thing, Bruce, is that a lot of times teams will try to work that clock down, and they work it so long, they don't, in the end, get the shot they want.
You're right, may not. And I think with the good defensive pressure that Ball State's been able to apply, you know, they're hopeful they can create a turnover. Do you want to score early? You know, if you get a layup, do you want to take it?
Earl Martin will toss in on the inbound. You saw a moment ago, each team with 1 timeout remaining. Final 36 seconds and we're tied. The inbounds intended for Celestine, overshot the mark. Chandler Thompson intercepts. Knocked away by Celestine, away from Butts.
Oh, great kick, quick hands. Bad play by Oregon State. Then they make a great play defensively. They don't want to call a timeout. They'll just throw it away. They want to get a shot. Take
20 seconds to go. Time left in the lower right corner of your screen. Celestine. 10 seconds to go. Martin to Celestine. Alabegovic inside. Timeout. Ball State, 3 seconds to go. That was the first Oregon State field goal since the 8:58 mark of the second half.
Unbelievable. Begovic's not really an inside player. He's more of a perimeter type player. Gets the big basket. A series of events in those last 31 seconds. Oregon State throws the ball away out of bounds. Brickner loses it. There's the big left-hander from Yugoslavia off the board with 3 seconds to go. Plenty of time to still win it for Ball State.
I'll tell you, Ball State, a team that over the last couple of seasons have won 29 and now 24 games. One last 3-second shot. Is there anything you can really set up in this situation?
Well, I think so. 3 seconds is a long time. I don't know how many timeouts they got left. Do we know for sure? They can take the ball and throw it to half court.
They are out of
timeout, but they can't. So they've got to get the ball in, hopefully to half court. You've got 1 dribble for every second. So you got 2 dribbles before you have to shoot it. And or 2 passes. They can do either one. They need to know that, and of course each player realizes that. Inbound pass, 2 dribbles, and a shot. So they're probably going to have to take something like the half court, which is a 3-pointer, which is going to win the ball game. They're probably going to win it or lose it. The other option they have is to throw it deep, look for a 2-point play, but I don't know if you want to do that with 3 seconds to go. I think you want to get it to somebody, give him 2 dribbles, and maybe he can get something away.
Ball State this year 24-6. Of the Cardinals' 6 losses, 4 were decided by a total of 8 points.
Well, they're in every ball game just because of the way they play. And you look at the score of this game, 53-51. The tempo of the game is their kind of game. And maybe they're not going to be able to win it, but they really gave themselves a chance to win it.
3 seconds left to go. Ball State will have possession. No timeouts left for the Cardinals.
Big guy taking it out. They're going to put Albegovic 6'9" on him, make it tough for him to throw the pass.
Here we go.
They're going to throw it all the way.
Inbounds. Chandler Thompson knocked out of bounds with 2 seconds remaining.
The clock doesn't start until that ball touches somebody.
Yes, exactly. 2 seconds to go. Chance to inbound, set, and fire.
Oh, they got a shot.
Anderson wants a timeout. It is his final timeout. And he breaks right now with 2 seconds remaining.
And again, if you got a special out-of-bounds play that you haven't used all year, maybe just a lob towards the basket and a hopeful stuff. But Oregon State has some big people to protect that inside. They need to be alert to it.
No surprise they would throw the ball to Chandler Thompson. He has tied his career high here today with 24 points. Is playing a big game. There's the Ball State contingent from Muncie, Indiana. I want to tell you that this telecast is a production of the NCAA Communications Department. David Kaywood, Assistant Executive Director. The executive producer of NCAA Productions is Jim Marchione. Productions coordinators Gina McNeil and Kerwin Hudson. This game was produced by Darrell Ewald and directed by Jerry Wetzel.
Well, I don't know if you have enough time to set up a lob or an alley-oop. Ball State has scored twice on that play to Chandler Thompson in this ball game. But they need about 5 or 6 seconds to do that. They just got to get it in and get a shot.
You know, everybody concentrates on how hard it is offensively to get something done in 2 seconds, but what about defensively?
Well, you know, tough. You got to contest that pass and really be tough. You know, I think they're going to let him get it in. They just got to keep from getting that inside basket.
2 seconds left to go for Ball State. First round of the West Regional. I'm Wayne Larrabee along with Bruce Larson. That's our story. Ball State will have the basketball underneath their own basket. One last shot. Both teams are out of timeouts.
And I don't think Oregon State wants to give up that 3-point shot, so they're going to contest that. They might give a drive or a penetration and, you know, a 2-pointer. They don't want to foul either. They've got some things to be concerned about. They got to take away the lob. They got to make that pass go as deep as they can. They got to contest everything.
Mike Spicer on the inbounds.
Yes!
McCurry, yes! And the foul!
Oregon State, number 22, Carl Anderson.
McCurdy ties the game.
And has a chance to win it.
And he's going to the line, fouled by Carl Anderson. first Ball State field goal since the 8:34 mark of the second half.
McCurdy's been kind of quiet the whole ball game.
No time left. This is it. For the second year in a row, the Oregon State Beavers are eliminated from the NCAA by an Indiana team. Last year from Evansville, this year the team from Muncie, Indiana. Dick Hunsaker joins a jubilant crowd of players and boosters. Take a look at the final play.
Boy, they got it inside deep. McCurdy is strong at 6'7". And he was pretty well defended. Got it up against pressure. Here he comes. Into the lane. You see the official with his arm up. He called that foul early. Oh, a good strong move. Great win for Ball State.
Ball State advances to take on the winner of Idaho and Louisville on Saturday here in Salt Lake. We'll be back.
Sharp. 6-week search to a single hour.
This NCAA Productions telecast has been brought to you by BVD. America, do it better in your BVDs. By the nation's all-fiber optic network, U.S. Sprint. By Sharp Electronics. From sharp minds come sharp products. By State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by B.F. Goodrich TA Tires. The athletic shoes for your car.
The NCAA tournament is a series of highs and lows. Bruce Larson, we saw a high for Ball State and a low for Oregon State.
Oh, great start and good free throw shooting down the last 35 or 40 seconds by Ball State. Not very good shooting in the ball game. Difference came to free throw shooting. Ball State capitalized.
All right, Bruce, great to work with you. Again, Ball State has advanced to the NCAA tournament to round number 2 against the Idaho-Louisville winner later this afternoon. For Bruce Larson, this is Wayne Larrabee saying so long from the John M. Huntsman Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Once again, the final score, Ball State 54, Oregon State 53. This has been an NCAA Productions telecast.
I'm Mike Ahern. 2 people were arrested for rowdiness. The spontaneous street demonstration and enthusiastic response were those thousands of Ball Staters and Muncie residents left behind. With the Muncie Central Bearcats out of the state high school basketball tourney, Muncie's passion is now the Cards. Don will have the highlights on the game a little later. Ann?
IU fans are cheering their team on to victory in NCAA tourney play. Mark Spain is live in Bloomington with a SkyPath report.
This area's love for their home team.
His heroes in Ball State's victory over Oregon State was Chandler Thompson, a career-high tying 24+. He held the Player of the Year, Gary Payton, to just 11 points.
One of the best games I've played so far. You know, I had to step up. Last week I didn't play too good in the MAC tournament, and I had to come out and prove something to myself to prove that I can play with these players.
And the other hero, Paris McCurdy, a three-point play at the gun.
And when I got to the line, I was a little shaky. It was the first time I've been in a situation like that to win a ball game. And all I could think about was just following through my system. All this week before we went in, came up here, Coach Hunsaker made me stay after and shoot 50 free throws.
Yes, sir. North Judson's Kirk Mans helped Michigan State slip into the second round with that shot in overtime that gave the Spartans a 4-point victory over Murray State. Kirk.
Out of that California huddle. And as a player in this situation, when you've got the ball, you've got to be thinking that you're getting out of here with the win. Keith Smith, I know Brian Hendrick certainly feeling that way because they've been able to perform and produce in the clutch. So they feel like this is their game right now.
Ryan Drew will throw it in. Keith Smith waiting. Now he works free. Penetrates past Graham all the way, and a foul! With 3.8 seconds to go, it's on Anderson of Indiana. He took it right at the big man.
He just cleared the side. Nobody able to step in front of Smith. Here we see he's going to beat Graham off the dribble immediately, and Anderson trying to help. Not quite there.
Anderson had to move over because he was watching Hendrick, and he was definitely moving against Keith Smith. He's 4 of 4 from the line tonight with 17 points. These are possible game winners.
That's just half the equation. He certainly needs to get this one. Put extreme pressure on the Hoosiers.
7 of the 10 players have gone down court.
You think Cal, if he makes this, would want to put some pressure on the passer or maybe deny the inbounds pass.
Cal by 2. Cheney throws it in. Graham almost lost it. Mid-court, and it is over.
Fouls, and Ball State found itself in good hands as time ran out.
Come on, Paris McCurdy, a free throw wins if there's no time on the clock. It is up and it is good! The Cardinals win! Bye-bye, Beavers! Cardinals win!
As usual, expect the unexpected when traveling the road to the Final Four. To the Final Four, culminating in the national championship on Monday night, April 2nd in Denver. Now, coming up in just a few minutes, opening round action from the West region, Providence against Ohio State. And joining me throughout the tournament, our college sports expert, Mike Francesa. And Mike, how do you see this?
Chance to get over that incredible, euphoric win they had yesterday in the opening round of the NCAA West Regional when Paris McCurdy hit that shot to beat Oregon State at the buzzer. They've got to get that out of their minds right now because tomorrow they've got a date in Salt Lake against Louisville, one of the most talented teams from an athletic standpoint in the country. I assure you, the Cardinals, either Louisville or Ball State, will win that game. Right now, we want to go to Salt Lake City for more on the Cardinals, both teams from Scott Hope.
Ball State's Cardinals against Louisville's Cardinals. The only thing these two teams have in common is their nicknames. Ball State is 25-6 and seeded 12th, while Louisville is 27-7. These teams are very different, right down to the coaches' views on the matchup.
It's got there's 5 mismatches on the floor, and there's 2 more when they come off, when they go to the bench, and it's just, you know, the way it is. And the thing about that system that Coach Crum uses is they exploit mismatches in that offense. They know that offense inside and out.
Well, we play a switching man-to-man defense, so I don't worry about matchups. I'll let other people worry about that. We switch, all our guys are guarding all theirs, and that's just not an issue with me.
Louisville had an easy time with Idaho yesterday, winning 78-59. A very balanced effort led by Everett Sullivan, Felton Spencer, and LeBradford Smith. Those 3 are not the only ones Ball State will have to contend with.
Some basketball fans might liken Ball State's job in tomorrow's game against Louisville with climbing to the top of one of these big mountains. But for the players, they don't seem to mind the climb.
We'll definitely hold our own, you know. Like I say, they're impressive, but, you know, they're not scary. I mean, you know, like I said in the press room, you know, we're not going to lay down, you know. We're going to give them, you know, a hard fight, and, you know, if they come out on top, then they'll definitely earn it.
What about Felton Spencer in the middle? Is he going to be a big concern for you guys?
Oh, no question. You know, with a guy that size and with his talent, you know, yeah, he's definitely a factor in tomorrow's game. But, you know, we're going to come out and concentrate on, you know, what we need to do to stop him and to stop the rest of the Louisville Cardinals.
The Cardinals and Cardinals meet in tomorrow's second game in the John Huntsman Center. In Salt Lake City, Scott Hope, 6 Sports.
Ball game. The Cardinals of Ball State are heavy underdogs, but you never know. We've seen some upsets already with Northern Iowa over Missouri. Let us go back to yesterday's dramatic finish in which the Cardinals upset Oregon State at the buzzer 54-53 thanks to Paris McCurdy's last-second basket and free throw. Last night, he was the highlight film on ESPN along with Michael Jordan, of all people, and his victory over North Carolina, or Georgetown, 82. What's the comparison?
I mean, I guess they were just looking at the point as, you know, it was a big-time play towards the end, so I think it ranks as far as that goes. I'm no Michael Jordan, I know that.
Meanwhile, the fans who didn't get a chance to do basketball today took in the slopes from Louisville and from Muncie. In fact, some of the Louisville fans say, hey, we're going to Lake Tahoe and Oakland after we beat Ball State. Denny Crum of Louisville was advised of that today at the press conference.
Well, I hope they have a nice time there. They could win a lot of money. That'd be nice. It's a nice place to go from here. I think they ought to run on down there. We're going to play Ball State. We're not worried about next week or anything else.
With good reason, because there have been upsets in this NCAA tournament. But again, tomorrow, Ball State and Louisville on Channel 8 at 4:45. The first game, Freddie, here in the West should be a good one, too. UNLV and Ohio State, as the Big Ten keeps a few teams alive in this NCAA tournament round of 32+. So Ball State and Louisville comfortably resting right now. Go Cardinals. That's the Cardinals of Muncie tomorrow, as far as we're concerned, and we'll be with them with a full game report tomorrow night at 11 o'clock.
Jimmy, let me ask you this one more time. The mood of the team, you know, Paris McCurdy, a very confident player. You know, we talked about Gary Payton of Oregon State, but McCurdy, a very confident player, enjoys making the big plays. Could that confidence level really play a big factor tomorrow?
I think it'll be very important. It is a good question because hopefully that confidence will extend to the other players. Nobody on Ball State is overconfident. They've seen Louisville plenty of times on national television. They know how good the 7th-ranked Cardinals are. But I think the confidence level will extend to the other players, and hopefully, if Ball State gets off to a good start, hopefully the Ball State Cardinals shoot well in this game. They can keep it close and get most of the crowd behind them because the dog usually gets the most fans behind them in the course of a big NCAA tournament game, and that's what we'd like to see tomorrow.
All righty, JB, thanks very much. We'll look forward to that report coming up tomorrow night. As we said, Texas winners in the first game, and we'll pick up the action here from the Hoosiers.
Of a 5-seed Clemson.